Check. All right, start of a new week. Let's have a look then. Okay. Get everything set up. Everyone, Lazy Ben. Right. So we are on 1st of September to the 5th of September. Week 27. First of Sept to the 5th Sept. So what did we do last week? Work on the level editor, work on the new content browser. Did both of those things. It's the same. Content browser. I'm going to be doing this until it's done, which hopefully won't be too much longer. Okay, let's have a look. It says game crashes when debug opening a file that doesn't exist using the editor. Let's look into that. So what I'm going to do now is spend some time generating thumbnails for animated, framed animated sprite tiles. That's what I'm going to do. So that's in the editor asset types. Oh, Visual Studio's immediately crashed. It's not a good sign. There we go. It hung anyway, it didn't crash. So we want to generate thumbnail image. Framed animation, generate sprite brush, framed animation. This is it here. Okay. Image get view. This is .value, I believe. Yeah. So this is where I've gotten to off stream. the idea is we're generating the whole sprite brush for a framed animation. This will eventually lead on to generating the thumbnail, but we do need to generate the sprite brush for it first, meaning the brush is the thing that we can use to paint content onto the level. And obviously, if it's a framed animation, it isn't just one sprite essentially that we're painting onto the level. It's a framed animation of a bunch of sprites. So we just need to actually generate what that actually is. So for each layer of the animation, we make an image and then we draw the layer into that image, and then we're going to use that to generate a content brush. So we do one content brush per tile. Got this commented out here, or if zeroed out, how to make the content brush. But the content brush for its source file needs actually a bunch of files, and its thumbnail needs a bunch of files. No, sorry, the source file is the brush file. The thumbnail needs a bunch of files because the thumbnail is going to be, we're going to actually animate the thumbnail as well. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. Good morning, my Fu Manchu. How's it going? Kids in England are back well. Around where I live are back to school today, so I'm back at it now, which is great. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you had a good weekend. Just about to start. Good. Yeah, I'm just trying to start up now, get the cogs turning a bit. Remember where I was. Yeah, hope you have a good day of coding. So we do need a bunch of data files as well. It means data path is not just one file anymore. Maybe we should sort that out. What we essentially want to do is write this view out that we've just made. And we need a new data path that we don't have. That is the data format. The data path probably be the data format. We want the tile ID. We don't have the tile ID. It'll be down here somewhere. Tile ID, but we need to actually, because we're going to make a multiple one for each layer as well. So PSD layers have IDs. They have names, but they don't have IDs. It should probably be mixed with the pixel bounds, I would say, in the layer. It has to be the layer name, really. It has to be mixed with the layer name, even though the layer name can't be unique. Yeah, I think it has to be. We have to make sure it's unique. So it has to be mixed with that. So I'm just going to go auto ID, tile ID, I'll get ID, layer name. So that's going to be the ID. And then we need T-array of W strings, data paths. I'm just going to say, if that works, if we can write that to file, data paths, add data path like that. And then we probably want one for each of the thumbs. Well, the thumbs can get generated later. No, the thumbs can get generated later, but we'll generate the actual file paths for the thumbs now. We want T-array W string thumb paths. That's thumb path. Paths dot add thumb path like that. Just move that in there, you know. So we have our data paths and our thumb path, and we actually have the data file as well on disk somewhere. Okay, now I need to do this type of thing. So the ID of is going to be this. It's a sprite sheet tile and sprite sheet tile content. And then the type storage, we need to set the type storage. So brush dot so if auto content equals brush dot get content sprite sheet tile content like this, we need to go content set data. Telesensor is completely broken, so there's only get data for the content. Do we have set data actually in the brush? No. Didn't realize that C++ now has designated initializers. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, as long as there's no constructors, you can do it. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I kind of like it. And you can't change the order. No, you can't change the order, unfortunately. You don't have to assign all of them, but you can't change the order. Less bug prone. Yeah, and more descriptive, I think. You can see exactly what you're trying to do. Yeah, I use them quite a bit. Interesting that sprite sheet tile content doesn't have set data in it. How's get data? So what are we doing? We're just assigning data there. Yeah, that's right. That's right, yeah, definitely. It really helps with laying out data, I find. So if I look at my font definitions, this kind of looks like a data layout, like an actual text file or something. But it's not, this is C++. So I can just lay stuff out like this for each of the font definitions. And I could comment, you know, I could put a comment there or whatever, so you could more easily separate out each definition if you wanted. And this is a good way to just have data that lives in the exe itself, you know, in the executable itself, that you can just change. And I use that quite a lot. Combat stat. Oh no, that's a bit of a different thing actually. Items. Inventory items. Inventory item list. So I can just like list all of the prefab items in the entire game in here if I wanted to. I mean, you could do like a CSV file if you wanted as well. I'll just do it in here at the moment. Been there for a long time. Yeah, so I'm just assigning data there. It's probably fine. Yeah, whatever, it'll be fine. So the tile size as well. It's the world bounds in this case. Tile world bounds. No, it's not the world bounds, it's the actual pixel bounds. Do I have that? I have the bounds. So this is just tile.bounds with tile.bounds.height. Can never really master it. I know, and they add new stuff every 5 years. Or 6 years. Or 3 years. It's 3 years, isn't it? Everything 3 years. I think the last one was 2023. Yeah, every 3 years they add new stuff. You know. Three years with experience with C++. Yes. It's not ratified, not fully implemented. No, not implemented at all, really, in Visual Studio, I don't think. Tiny bits of it in MSVC. I don't think they've actually implemented all of 23 yet. This is the Microsoft STL C++ 26 features board. Where you can see what they're implementing. I'm waiting for Meta in particular, which is blocked. And then it says, we focus on implementing the remaining library only C++ 23 stuff. Until it's done, not accepting pull requests for C++ 26, which tells me, so this was written in June this year, so a couple of months ago, which tells me that I've not finished C++ 23 yet. This is obviously big for them to implement. Yeah, me too. SVC, it's very behind. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff blocked on the compiler. I'm looking forward to Meta and template 4 because I have to do this all the time, which is template 4 really. And I think template 4 works on like variadic template parameters as well. I think definitely works on tuples. Like right now, if you want to iterate over the variadic template parameters, you have to do some crazy lambda for loop thing. Unless there's a way that I don't know. You have to basically call a lambda for every type of the tuple and variadic argument. Don't know if I could find one of those. If it's not data we want to assign, where would one of those be? Definitely do it in engine conditions. This stuff. This is it. So this goes through all of the conditions, basically unrolls them as a loop. Whereas template 4 will do the same thing, but it's actually a for loop. So that wouldn't be nice. So this is the data. The data is framed, something to do with framed animation data. I can't remember what it's called though. Content data. Data is these. So it's just framed animation. It's called. Yeah, it's just great. You can't really keep on top of it all at all. I just let it seep in kind of organically, really. If I can. I'll be like, oh, I wonder if there's a way to do this. And then I'll look, and if there is, I'll use that way. Like reflection, I have to build kind of my own kind of reflection thing, because it doesn't have obviously reflection. But first I was like, how does Unreal Engine do it, for instance? And then I was like, I don't need anything that'd be a bit overkill for me. Although the engine's got quite big now, so maybe it would have been handy to do it the Unreal Engine way. So what does a framed animation need? Couldn't even be located anywhere. Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. So it's in the sprite sheet. I don't need to set a new one. Just need to get it. Remember how to get it. It's in type storage. Try and wrap framed animation, and if it is, we can copy it in. Let's see if this builds. There's a bunch of stuff we need. Yeah, we need to sell these, but what I might actually first do is just not for now. I think we know path. CMake. I tried using CMake as well. I tried using Sea Lion, and then I used CMake with Sea Lion, and I thought it was okay, but I didn't stick with Sea Lion in. So I just went back to using the normal MSVC stuff. Oh. They're integers. Ugh. Can use Clang in Visual Studio. I've never tried it. You can, yeah. You can use anything in Visual Studio. You don't actually have to use what comes out of the box. It could just be a text editor if you wanted it to. Yeah. It's nice for custom. I found it easy to set up custom build chains, or whatever you want to call it, with CMake than with Visual Studio. CMake was more straightforward. Like if you want to call into your own executable to build something, like with the shaders with this engine, I have my own build tool for shaders rather than the one that comes with Visual Studio. So I had to set up all that in Visual Studio to not use the default Visual Studio one, but use the one that I want. And that was like documented poorly. Couldn't really find any official documentation really on how to do it. Whereas with CMake, you just do that anyway, don't you? So yeah, I don't know. Like with Visual Studio, you've got to use like the XML files that they have, the format for their XML files that they have, and I don't know if I prefer the CMake syntax or XML. Like I dislike both. And then they've got all these schemas which just don't lead to anywhere, which is really, I wish all these worked. Then you could just look at the schema and you'd be like, oh yeah, that's what I can do. but none of them work. So you have to like go hunting for them. It just looks more like Python. Yeah. Never heard of Meson before. Okay, I'm just going to check that we're actually building this brush properly in terms of this anyway. Copying in the framed animation. Thumbnail as well. So I made thumbnail type so it can accept multiple file paths. But looks like data type needs that as well. Data type needs multiple file paths. So we'll have to set up that in the same way. Okay. So we've got all these layers in this, what is it? This is a PSD file. This is a sprite sheet file, which has a PSD file in it. So we're loading this PSD, all the layers out is PSD. And then we're making an image, actually loading the full sprite sheet in, and then just clearing it. I suppose that's just to make sure it's all the same format and size and stuff. So can we get a view with world bounds? No, I don't think so. So I think this world bounds is not right. It's just tile bounds. It's not tile world bounds. That would have produced a lot of very small images. These things, tools, just save us from writing make files ourselves. One of the nice things about Visual Studio is it will handle all that for you. Unless you want to do something like a custom build chain. If you're new to the language, you don't have to worry about getting it all up and running, which is kind of nice. Just concentrate on the actual language you're trying to, like C++, rather than trying to get the C++ to build. Okay, so if a 32 by 32 image there, write that. So let's just try and find this on disk first. Compiled brushes data. There it is. nothing in it. There might be nothing in it though. So I'm going to do one for each of the 71 layers. Created 71 data paths. There we go, framed animation from 0 to 71. Okay. Yeah. So what is level? What is level? Level's straightforward to work out. Thumbnail is the thumb paths thing that we made. I don't think thumbnail can take an array of anything. So this is const span of w string. Its type is equal to e thumbnail type framed animation paths. It's paths. See if that builds. So we have multiple data paths as well. So we need something like thumbnail. So thumbnail's not necessarily the best name for this. Because it's literally the same thing we want to use. Like that. What would be a good name? Content source path. Content source. Maybe. Don't know. So these are both content sources now. And then that means this can also accept data path. Okay. Data path. So we also want string view get data path. Okay, this is empty, so we actually want to delete all of the data paths. So maybe we want to delete an empty. Which just goes for auto path in paths. We can have some. We have something like what is it? Transform each paths, and then we just want to go file, delete, arg, and then paths empty. We say type is equal to unknown. So this is just thumbnail, delete an empty, data path, delete an empty. Okay. So that's all of it there. There's going to be a few compiler errors where we change that data path type. So we'll have to just clean them up. And then we need to actually generate the thumbnails. Generate the thumbnail for each of these thumb paths. So this is just get data path. I got a new computer built last week. Got no operating system on it yet though. But maybe by the end of this week we'll be using a new computer. It should be very exciting. And it's a lot faster than this one. Interesting to see what compile time is for the new computer for this code base. Okay. Okay, so what, do we have any breakpoints yet? Let's just check this. What's going on with build now? It's stuck somewhere. Okay, so we make a bunch of them, and I'm going to create a content brush for every tile. Which is nice because it means if you had a framed animation, you could just put a tile on a little bit of it and now create a new brush for it, which is good. Just that tiny little bit of the animation. If you ever wanted to do that, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but maybe sometimes. Okay. So let's check, seeing as we changed the way that those data paths represented anyway, we need to check all that works. Let's see if this blows in the wind. Yeah, so that's the cloth. That's the standard one. Grass. And what's the other one? Floor. Yeah, so. What's this block comment thing? Missed that. Wow. That's mental, isn't it? It's bad. Not as bad as doing a block comment with XML though. I don't think. Okay. So we do need to save, I assume, this brush file to disk as well. Right. To text file. Do we have the brush path? No. So, this is interesting. No, yeah, that's fine. Need to make the brush path. This might be Alfred. Hey, how's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. I have no idea how CMake works. I've only used it for a grand total of maybe 1 week in my entire life, so I don't know. So that will write out the brush to its proper file. Not quite though. Not quite. With the brush path. I wonder if we should pass this in, maybe. Bit confused how this works, so let me just check. Yeah, we should pass it in, shouldn't we? Possibly. No. It'll be fine. Okay, so now we need to generate the thumbnail. I don't think... So generate thumbnail for image. Takes the brush and just calls get thumbnail on it. I don't think we're going to be needing to do. I mean, we could end up with a situation where we do light them in the future. So this is generate thumbnail for one image. Which passes in the view of the image. It needs to be an asset type. I'm wondering if you should just pass the brush and load the content for each. Load the content for each of the source files. So the view is just what's in the data path. Tesla tick A. How do you deal with object instancing? Do you use smart pointers? Just a stack? Do you use custom allocators and so global storage? Do you use RTT, RAII? Object instancing. So I don't use smart pointers really. If it's just one thing, I'll just make it there on the stack. And then I transfer ownership over to other things. So if something else is going to hold that memory, it gets transferred over there, like a smart pointer might do. You know, honestly, I don't come across it much. I don't come across all that stuff very much. So I'm not really newing anything. I'm just like either making it on the stack, or if I want, I have like, so all the arrays have a push, which will make one with the allocator. So this is the temporary allocator, this. So I'll push it into temporary memory, store it in that array. Is that what you mean? But I suppose my style is not very kind of like pointery. So I'm not really calling like make unique or anything. Do I use RAII? Yeah, I'm going to use constructors and destructors, if that's what you mean. And then I'll I'll use like standard move to transfer ownership over to the new object and stuff like that. Try to keep like memory aliasing away as low as possible, which I suppose is RAII, isn't it? I suppose. Global storage. Sometimes use global storage. Yeah. And I have like a pointer system where I'll have like a weak pointer. So I'll try never to return like a raw pointer, but you might get a weak pointer, which is like this. Don't store this pointer because it is weak, meaning you don't own it, meaning it could just get deleted at any time. Or you could get a strong pointer, which means you have to store this pointer and manage this memory yourself. So the two different types in the engine. But never a raw pointer. Returning raw pointers is bad design since it doesn't specify ownership. Yeah, so unless it's like out of a memory allocation routine or something like that, then it's a good idea to just wrap it up in something. Call it whatever you want. So if you want to return a pointer, you can, but it's got some kind of semantics, like weak pointer of foo. So if you get one of those, you know it's a pointer, but it's weak, so you just shouldn't store it. You don't own it. You can use it there, but you can't store it. Or like strong, meaning you need to store it because you need to manage it yourself, and then you need to free it when you get it. That's the only kind of smart pointery thing that I do, really. I don't do like in reference counting and all that because I think it's a bit too complicated. Like I have written a reference counted pointer system before, but the way that I code it just doesn't need it. Just don't need it. But you'll very rarely see pointers in this code base. They just aren't there, really. I mean, there's one there. That's like, that's not normal. It's only because it's called construct one. And then this is the thing. This is the memory location you need to construct it in, basically. So you create an object in stack, which under the hood creates data inside a new, and then you move the object into a temporary array. Yeah, so if you do something like string, hello, and then you would do something like, you could if you wanted do tier, say you had tier a strs, you could do like strs.add standard move s, and that would make move ownership out of S into the array of any dynamically allocated memory. If you wanted to do that, that would be fine. Or I could do that, and then it would copy it in. So that'd create two separate strings. That. Yeah, that's the way I would do it. Yeah. But I wouldn't I wouldn't make a new string with new. I wouldn't do like, how we would do it. I wouldn't do that. Yeah. Because that puts string on the heap as well, like the actual string itself, rather than just the data. In that string example before, though, specifically, there's no dynamic memory allocation there at all, so that wouldn't actually call new ever. That one. none of this is nude. Because this is temporary, in temporary memory. That would be new, that would call a new. Then if you did that, there'd be no new at all. Like there's no call out to a heap at all there. Almost all of the time. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, normally I wouldn't just pass in a pointer like that. It's just because that's literally what this function is doing. It's constructing one of those. This is kind of a bit of a bad example, but if we go to any easier, a simpler one, there are any. Construct one. See, he's just calling. It's calling the placement new there. But the point is, it gives you the memory to put it in. You don't have to allocate the memory yourself, which means that I am free as the caller of this. So the content cache calls this, for instance. The content cache is free to change its allocator out whenever it wants. And what actually constructs the content doesn't care about where it's constructing it. This could be on the stack if it wanted to, but this API would remain the same. Or it could be in a heap, or it could be in some arena somewhere, it doesn't matter. So they're separated out. You know, like the alternative API would be to do this, and then this. That's the alternative way to do it. Obviously, you couldn't just return the ID. You would actually have to return the thing itself. But then the content cache doesn't control how the content is created, so it isn't as good, I don't think. So we do it that way instead. New such syntax with new. Yes, this is handy. So this is, rather than do a malloc, you can do a malloc first, and then this will just this just calls the constructor. That's all it does, and places it in there in that memory address. So this could actually be on the stack. I call it new image, and then address of image. You could just do that as well. But yeah, the point of this is it separates out how the memory is allocated to how it is constructed. So the person calling this, which is the content cache, can decide what allocator it wants to use. No problem, Tesla tick. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so how do we want to generate the thumbnails? We need one per. So that's it. We were going to say, do we actually want to pass in the image, or do we want to read it from the content brush itself? So maybe something like it would be image, brush, data path. Well, Okay, so there's multiple data paths. Maybe we do a different constructor. Or we just pass the brush in. Like that. Do one for each. So it's only the get thumbnail that is the problem here, because there's going to be a different thumbnail. There's going to be a different thumbnail path for every single frame on the framed animation one. So let's just copy this for a sec. So there's no view, right? So there's well, we're gonna go thumbnail, data path, paths, count, and then we'll go for our scene count like that. Today, image img, brush, data path. I was gonna say get a data path like this, and then what we're gonna have to do is pass in an index. Yeah, that's kind of don't want to do that. What we'll do is we'll cache them out here. So this is data paths C. So that gets us the image, which we've actually called view here. So we're actually copying it there. Let's just call it view. I can't resize on a view though. Let's just leave that. How's that resizing working? Looks like we're oh, it's called get thumb size, yeah, okay. Thought we were resizing to the same size, but I wasn't reading that bit there. Okay. So if there's not an image, I have to continue. This is thumb. No, this is image. So obviously these are almost all the same. These two are almost all, these two are kind of identical. So the only thing that changes is we copy this view into a new image here. We don't need to there. So I might just do void generate. There's this brush image. This can just call, you can just make a new image and call generate. Because it was making a new image anyway. It's saying it cannot convert argument 2 from image view to image. Oh, it needs to be image. So this basically just creates a thumbnail for an image view. Now the problem is this isn't necessarily tied to the thumb path or the data path anymore. You know, I might just get rid of that. And we'll see. We'll see if it still works. I mean, it should still work. We just don't need to pass the view anymore. We can just call brush on it. Redefinition of basic types. Ooh, that's weird. Now look. So we're calling get thumbnail on there as well. Thinks there that I'm actually making one of these and calling it brush. It's very strange. Just want it to be like an anonymous class. Well, it doesn't like that. It's fine. So one of the problems with that is that when we're actually... So what's going on here? That's the wrong one. It's here. This read back. Maybe I should say what index actually. And this, all this can just remain the same. So I can say size t index. Yeah, that might be the better way to do it. And then that can stay there here actually. index is less than data paths. No, if it's greater than or equal to data paths, or index is greater than or equal to thumb paths, the return. So we actually need to store. Need to store the index as well. I believe. This is thumb paths index. And this is thumb paths index as well. And we need to actually get thumb paths back out. What this is actually doing is sometimes we need to pass the actual like brush through the renderer, which takes several frames. So, well, with lighting I'm doing that. So you have to call onEnd frame and we pass this object in, which means that this operator gets called at the end of the frame. And then we just say like, so we're trying to pass it through the render and read it back as a texture. So we just say if the read back is ready, then we can save the thumbnail, but we need to know which thumbnail we're saving. So we'll just pass the index like that. So what we can say is we can just default this to 0. Still don't like it. That's very strange. That's like, wonder why the compiler is complaining about that. If I do this, so it accepts it as an argument there. But if I do this, it thinks I'm trying to call it brush this, which I'm not because there's brackets there. Anyway. Which means this can't have a default argument of 0 really. Okay, so we're just going to run this. This runs at startup at the moment. It doesn't cache anything between runs, so it should generate all the thumbnails again. And if they still generate correctly, it's still working, which they are. See, these lights have been passed through the renderer. So they're actually lit objects lit by the renderer and then saved to disk as a thumbnail. And this guy is as well. But it followed, the animated rigs follow a different path. So look, we've got some actually weird behavior there. Pre-multiply alpha. That is not pre-multiplying the alpha. Probably forgot to do here. So this is img.premultiply alpha. Let's run that again. Because the renderer, I think, for sprites only accepts pre-multiplied alpha images. Oops. There we go, that's sorted it out. And it is being passed through the renderer, which is good. So what that means now is on the framed animation one, wherever it is, here, for every single tile, we need to go for auto, well, would it be for C in brush dot thumbnail dot paths, generate brush thumbnail image brush C, and that should generate a thumbnail for every single thumbnail that we've got stored in the brush. Check if it works. And it will pass it through the renderer and light it and do all that, which is good. Index 0. None of these, I believe, are lit. Okay. So there we have our framed animation. It's not playing the animation yet though. So we need to do that. And that's in content cache. No, content browser. It's here, content brush, get thumbnail, get data path. So we're going to say else if thumbnail.type is equal to framed animation, we need to do something else, basically. So we need to get framed animation out and actually tick the actual framed animation here. Just return different paths. So let's just check we're coming in here. We're not coming in here. Does that mean we're not setting it properly? tell you which one it was. Okay, we need to go back and actually make a note of what the brush is so we can find it. So the brush is 5578. Like 578. It's only got one path in it. It does say it's a framed animation though, but it's only got one path, and it's saying type is image. So I wonder if that's the save that's not correct there. Where do we make these brushes? Here, content brush. So when we make this content brush, we do have it set properly. 71 paths and it's a framed animation. So I wonder if it's this. It must be the save load then that's not correct. Well, it just says type and paths. Framed animation, 71 paths. Okay. So I need to look for this brush file. It's only saving out one path. What's going on there? So it's definitely meant to be saving out 71 paths. Must be getting saved over. There's all of its paths. 5, 7, 8. So where are we getting the actual brush ID? From the tile ID. Tile get ID. Well, it doesn't seem to know where it is. Get ID. Sprite sheet tile get ID. So it's the sprite sheet with the image and its world bounds. So it's definitely saved it properly there. Five, 5, 7, 8. Okay, it's this. It's here. It's happening here. Oh, we're not returning. Day was handled. That's all that is. I'll return true, mate. Okay. Otherwise, the default one kicks in and it just generates a normal sprite sheet tile brush. Okay, now this should work. Ugh. Okay, so let's go to the content browser again. Content canvas. So wherever we want the brush is. So 5, 5, 7, 8, which is down here. There it is. It's got all its say it's framed animation and it's got all of its paths in it. So when we say get thumbnail, we should be able to detect, here we go, that's a framed animation. So this actually needs to, so the content brush has in it the fact that it's a framed animation, which means we can use that to tick the animation at the required frames per second and stuff like that. So which we'll do next. I'll have a 2-minute break to make a cup of coffee and then we'll do that. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. So if it's a framed animation, we can get it out. So this has in it spreadsheet tile content. So we can say if auto content to get content spreadsheet tile content. And then if auto data, animation equals content get data framed animation, index equals animation tick in theory. I think that's how it works. And then just return thumbnail paths index. See if that is actually the right code to do that. Okay, this is not const anymore. Neither of these are going to be const anymore. So tick might not work. There's no IntelliSense at all. Let's see what happens then. If this works, we have animating thumbnails. A lot has got to go right for this to work though. Specifically like the generation of the actual thumbnail images. This is pretty straightforward. It's just the actual drawing of them. Yeah, the generating the thumbnail images and the drawing of them. Okay. Okay. So this also is not const anymore. Okay, it's still showing nothing. Let's have a quick look then. Here it is. So frame is still 0. Is playing is false. That's why. Say, is there actually like a play? There is a play looped. I'll do that first. I've just got to play the animation and tell it to loop. Hopefully that doesn't reset stuff. Just check what happens here. Yes, it does. You have to say if it's not playing. If not animation is playing. Oh, we're getting something. Not the right thing, though. Path number 58. So let's just actually log here the index. Just check it's going from 0 to 71 over and over again. I think it is. Yeah. It's going 0 to 70. So that's actually returning the right path. It's not rendering it. Or, well, it might be rendering. It might actually be all... textures might all be rubbish. As well. Textures might not actually have stuff in the right stuff in them, which is most likely explanation. So how do we draw the animated? the animated framed animated textures. So look at the sprite sheet editor, that does it. Bar panel, sprite sheets. Draw image in world. Layers, sprite sheet, image layers. So it's just drawing the image. So possibly does need a new render path. To be fair, that texture is only 32 by 32. That's a very small texture. I think the texture should be the size of the actual tile bounds. So let's go back to how we're generating these thumbnails. (32 by 32). Yeah. So it should be 1280 by 720. Ah. No, that's the bit we're missing out. You have to draw this entire image to the file. Not a view of it. Yes. Let's see if that works. So the texture's 120 by 68 now, which is more reasonable. There it is. Look at that. It's working. I think that is actually working. Awesome. I mean, it's obviously pretty small. That's because there's some sparks that fly up and stuff. The actual size of the tile, possibly. Can be like that. That's caused the thing to hang, saving it. Maybe I'm stuck in some kind of a loop. So generating the thumbnails, like, they are actually all quite big images to actually be loading there. Not enough for this to hang though. It does take a long time. So if I save this, we're talking. I mean, it's doing a lot of loading and stuff. Compressing. Takes like 10 seconds, well, 20 seconds more. Okay. So we do need to really work on a view. Because this is only a much smaller image. That seems good. Still takes a while. Yeah. So let's make another one over here. Explosion. Should do this. Let me write the tile. Like this. Save that. This is going to take. This does take a while. I think we need to save every single frame as its own size. That will speed it up a lot. And there's that one. So what we need to do is actually say that this is a framed animation. There we go. Okay, so we just need to work on the speed. It takes quite a long time. So let's delete that, put that back there. If we're wanting to work on the speed, that means each one of these has to rather than be size of the tile, like the view is the size of the tile, it needs to be the size of the layer instead, I would say. So if we save this, let's just do a rough time. Takes 6.7 seconds. We'll say 6.5 seconds. We'll say which one is the, where is it slowing down the most? 1.9 seconds to do that. Okay, so it's mostly on this generating the thumbnails. Now I reckon it's going to be on the resize, isn't it? I reckon it's the resize, because resizing an image is quite slow. It's this. I reckon. So it's here really. So we're going from 2240 pixels down to 120 by 36. Let's just take out this resize, make all the thumbnails really massive. This is actually going to cause a lot of... So all the thumbnails are the actual size now of the asset itself. Yeah, so it's the resize. It took hardly any time at all. Oh no, well no, it's still going. Maybe it isn't the resizing. Ooh. What could it be then? Because maybe then they're just a DDS thing. It becomes slow on big images. Let's just profile that, see if we can get it. We are doing a lot of work there. Just kind of that block there. Here. Generate thumb tile brush. Generate brush thumbnail, that's what it is. Ah, look. It's loading this image. It's taking a while. And the resize. Okay. We need to keep this image alive somehow. Thing is, it's kind of reused there. We can't. So we want to do something like iterate image. Images or something, I don't know. And then we actually want to images. Add view like that. That keeps the images alive. It does make new images, but it should be quick. And then generate thumbnail. Generate brush thumbnail. We actually need to pass in the images. The image is just images index. this is obviously going to resize whatever's in there. I'll just try this for now. Okay, so this is images. This one is view. Doesn't know how to do that. How do you do this? Okay, well, tier 8 image, well, images, tier 8 image, images, view. See if this still works and see how fast it is. We've got some weird pre-multiply alpha things going on there. Still slow though. We want to go layer, image, layer, image, pre-multiply alpha, I think. So we could put this onto a background thread as well. Nothing wrong with that. So we're still getting pre-multiply alpha problems there. So it's already has pre-multiply alpha, it says. I'm not Millsy, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So the image is empty for all this stuff. Where's the image? Where do we get the image? Oh, we are pre-multiply alpha already. Okay, so we don't need to pre-multiply alpha there. Bad. I don't think Cursor would ever be able to do this. Cursor. I don't know who Cursor is. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you're well. So these images already have pre-multiplied alpha on them, right? So the way, or another way to make this fast was the layers are all quite small compared. Is to actually store some kind of offset. Google Cursor ID. Ah, right, okay. I've not heard of it before. Cool. Oh, really? Check it out. The AI code editor. Nice. No, never heard of it before. So that says treatment has pre-multiplied alpha. In the layer. So when we're actually drawing it in, ugh. I need to say the source treatment. Do we though? I don't think I'd be able to do game engines. Handle the cut down, handle the custom. I don't know, yeah. Didn't look like there was any C stuff on that features section, but it might be there. So it's the layer. Maybe if you just do img.pre-multiply alpha. No, there's nothing in it really. You're going to make your own custom editor or all code. It has an editor already, yeah. The engine's like nearly done actually. I'm just making this content cache thing and this content browser while I'm remaking it. I'm gonna try and make a game. This is the editor. It's not really much to show off at the moment, I don't think. Because like I'm rewriting how content's made, like level content's made. But it's got a, like, you know, tree stuff and a bunch of UI. This is what I'm making, content browser. It's not finished yet. The idea is so you create sprite sheets. So this is a PSD from Photoshop, and then you put tile, then you tile it all up. So you divide it into tiles, and then these tiles get made into brushes like this. And then you select a brush, and then you can like paint it in the level like this, you see. But I'm doing, brushes can be quite complex, so there can be like lip brushes like that. Or you can have like grass brushes, and then you can like paint them on, so you can like the density down a bit. You can like paint. And then there's like ponds. Can do like rivers. So this would be the editor. And then, like I say, there's a bunch, you can do stuff like behavior. This is a behavior tree. You know, like dialogue trees. So this is like Jenny's an NPC in the game. So there's a game as well. But the game's currently, it's just kind of at the end of pre-production. UE behavior, you hit UE behavior trees. Yeah, so these behavior trees are probably a lot simpler than Unreal's. So the idea is you make these trees, and it just evaluates it from left to right going down. So like a selector node means select one of its children. So every node can return whether it's succeeded or failed. So a select means just select one that succeeded. So it'll try that. If that succeeded, great. If it didn't, move on to the next one. And then the sequence nodes, if it succeeded, it goes to the next one. And if it failed, it moves back up the tree. And then you have these green action nodes, and these are just pieces of code. So you would write the action node actually in C++. So it's a branch with a condition. Yeah, so yeah, the implicit condition is that just on the yellow nodes is to select one. And then on the purple nodes, it's to run the whole sequence before you return. But each node as well can have conditions on the node itself. So you can have like just what the node returned, success or fail, or you can have an actual condition. So you can say like run this combat test, and I could put a condition. Player is character Jenny. Well, that doesn't actually work for some reason. Like I say, it's all kind of... I don't know why that's not working. It's kind of all getting like, the engine's kind of all getting like, or the editor anyway, another pass over it before I start into full production of the game, so some things might be broken. So you can set these conditions basically like NPC has item. So then that means that this whole behavior tree would only run if the NPC had that item. And then you could just assign these behavior trees also to just other entities under certain conditions as well. So like NPCs, each NPC in each level gets a patrol. And then the patrols you can assign behaviors to if you want, like the combat behavior. Which means that the patrol will run until one of the conditions is met on the behavior. And then it'll run the behavior until completion and then go back to the patrol. So the idea would be Jenny could like walk around doing her day-to-day thing, and then because this is combat, but like if you got too close to her, this behavior tree would kick in and start running, so she would end up doing some combat style things. I'll try and run it. It might not run because I haven't actually run it for a long time. You have plans to do 3D? Yeah, so the engine could be like 3D. I'm going to do some 3D UI. So one of the first things I'm actually going to make for the real game when it's in full production is the UI. Like the real game's UI, you know? And I think that's going to be like kind of semi 3D. It's going to be a sci-fi game, so imagine like, you know, like Minority Report when it's like the 3D's like, I don't know. Yeah, these are a bit broken at the moment. So you'd be able to like mouse over your UI, and like the panel for the UI would react to your mouse, and it would like rotate a bit around your mouse and stuff. That's the kind of idea I've got for it anyway. See how far I get with it. Yeah, it's got like full undo redo. So what I'm doing is I'm making these brushes, so this is like a framed animation. And look, if it goes faster if you select it. This is what I'm working on right now. So each of these comes from the sprite sheet. but you can actually tag. You can give them a name and give tags to the actual tile. And then the content browser eventually is going to have a little text box here where you can type in tags. So you can like filter by tag. That's one of the next things I do. I just need to get all the brushes sorted out. So yeah, like one of the things is now this framed animation here. If I save it, it takes quite a long time to prepare the thumbnail. So I'm just working on that. Yeah, meta tags. So you can just like say, this is an explosion. And then I'd just be able to like filter by explosion when I'm actually making the game and get all the explosions. And I think I'm going to, so the tags are going to appear here as like clickable boxes. So you can like, so you'll type it, and then when you like press enter, it'll go into a box, and then you can click X to remove the tag. But then the tags will stay in between runs of the game, so that all gets saved. So when you load up, you've still got the same tags on. So I'm going to implement that as well. Yeah, like right now. So if I save this, this saved should disappear after like a second, but I think it takes about 10 seconds to save, which is too slow, obviously. Because it's building all of the thumbnail, I think. And it's in particular, it's generating the thumbnail, which takes a while. So this is like the sprite brush generator for framed animation. And this is responsible for generating the brush object, which is what you're going to use to paint it onto the level. But also the thumbnail. So you generate the brush thumbnail. And there's one thumbnail per frame in the animation. And each thumbnail's like, the animation might start off at like 1000 pixels wide, but the thumbnails are only 120 pixels wide, so it needs to shrink it needs to resize the image, and I think that's what's taken a long time. So I've put 3 breakpoints, and then like save it. We've got, so this generates the brush. Does it? What does this do? Now this generates the images for the brush. And that takes 800 milliseconds, which is not that bad. This has generate thumbnail in. And that takes 1.6 seconds. So it takes like 2.5 seconds. It'd be nice for it to just be immediate, really. And this is in a debug build, but I'm probably never going to move out of debug builds, so I need to keep it quick, really. So this is where this is the thumbnail. It generates thumbnail for an image, or for an image type. Actually, it's kind of like a bit different now because it generates it for a bunch of images now. And I reckon it's this resizer. Like it must, there's only really 3 lines of code that run. And obviously this DDS image writer is only, oh, hang on, don't do that. Cancel. Is only running on 120 pixel images, so it must be the resize. So could run job. That's in the actual image. What this will do is run it in the background. We actually need where to save it as well. I'll do this. Okay, whatever. So I'll just run it in the background. And what we want to do is really, after we've generated all of the thumbs, flush jobs there. Don't necessarily need to flush there, but we will. See how fast this is. So it took. So that's 500 milliseconds. That was 1.5 seconds before. Cool. That's able to do, I mean, I have 8 cores on this computer, so it's able to do 8 at once. 500 milliseconds. So that takes 2 seconds now. That takes 500 milliseconds. So the thing that's actually going to be slow is maybe this draw image rect. all this right to file here. So let's do this. Doesn't mean copying the image, so just do data.write to file. We need the data path as well. What is data path? It's TW string, so that can just get sent straight over like that. What I might do is that right at the end like that. So we could actually reserve, so we could say layers.getSize count for all of these. So there's one for each layer. And we could do auto index is that, and then this the images index, and then that can get passed through like that. Because this image never has to reallocate if you do that. And then we can flush there as well. And then that does that in the background as well. I mean, kind of in the background. It can do 8 at once. Still pretty slow, so I don't know if that was necessarily the slow bit. Maybe it was this. Maybe we don't need to do this. Yeah, we do need to do that. Let's check that still works. So images just gets view, and view is the tile bounds. Oh yeah, it does need to do that. So I reckon that this also, it could be sped up. Well, how fast are we now doing that? How fast does it feel? Well, not too bad. So if we just don't do this, how fast is it? See, this also could be slow. Let's generate. Yeah, I mean, that is it. That is what's slow there as well. That takes nearly a second to do that. That takes 200 milliseconds. If we add this in, so we could work on speeding up generate actually. Yeah. What about if we just don't do this? Well, that's fine like that, really. Don't really want to multi-thread generate because it itself is thread safe. Which means passing in the, what does this mean? It means actually yeah, I think we have to leave it at that, really. If I actually do a release build. Okay, I'm going to have 2 minutes while this is doing a release build. It will. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So if I'm wanting to make this faster, I'm gonna have to, maybe I could have a generate async call as well. Maybe I could do a generate async call. I think the only thing that's slow in that is the pre-multiply alpha. Actually. And do we even want to pre-multiply alpha anyway? Because that isn't actually the raw image data out of the image if you pre-multiply alpha. There's nothing else in there that's particularly slow. Okay, let's cancel that release build then. And let's just not pre-multiply alpha for a sec. And see how long it takes. $600. So what is causing that to be slow? Called read from memory. Oh, it's doing like possibly run length decode. Yeah. And doing a swizzle. Okay, so what I think we do is an async version of this. I want to leave pre-multiply alpha in because it's just, we are probably going to be doing that anyway. So we want an async version. Just this is the slow bit. If these were here, it'd be like less than a millisecond. So I'm just gonna go enum class EPSD layer atlas generator options none. Sync. Just going to say if options is a sync else. I'll just do this for now. So are we even allowed to do this? Can we even run job in here? What is R? R's the reader. Oh, it's a bit more complicated then. We need to actually just do this for a second. Check we can. Build with run job. No, we can't. Need a job queue then. We need to actually pass in a job queue. Okay, so what I'm going to do rather than this is just have opt-ref job queue. So you can get away with doing this. And then we can say if there's a job queue dot run job queue dot flush. Okay, that works. That built. That's good. So the read from memory itself, we need to prepare what these are. The pointer and remaining size. So it's auto pointer. Not actually need to prepare them, we can just actually get them. Size. Get remaining size. Oh no, they're just fixed. They're just fixed. How does this work then? The reader goes in. And the reader just reads out of stuff. Yeah, so what we need is a new reader. So that's pointer size. binary reader, layer reader, size, and that's just layer reader, pointer size. What does this want? A binary reading of END in this big. Okay, so if you pass a job queue, in theory now, we can do that in the background. So maybe we don't even want to flush there. Well, we'll flush there. Okay. Where were we then? So we need to pass in the job queue. Get app. Get job queue. Where is the job queue? It's just G job queue. It's just get job queue. So I reckon we don't actually want to flush. Do we need to flush? No. So we won't flush. We will flush later. Yeah. I'll say flush jobs there. Okay. We're building in the wrong configuration there. So it took over a second before. Let's see how long it takes now. So it should be pretty much straight away, I'm hoping. Obviously still got work to do in this flush here. There we go. 4 milliseconds. Try that again. Ooh, lacquered up the heap. Okay. What's going on there then? Oh. So if layers goes out of scope, maybe we do need to do a flush there. try that then. I mean, layers doesn't actually go out of scope. What's going on there then? Oh, I think possibly this advances it, doesn't it? So we actually need to advance. Skip size. Because what's happening here is this is advancing it. Why is that no discard? What's going on there? The read result must be no discard. Yeah, so this layer reader is advancing the pointer, so then the next time it comes around, yeah. Let's try that then. Took 8 milliseconds there. That's so much faster. As long as it's actually doing the right work. Let's not flush it. That seems too fast. That seemed way too fast. Oh yeah, I know what it is. Ooh. We need to know how big this image. We don't need to advance it by the remaining size. We need to advance it by how the actual size of the image. Which is in the layer somewhere. The size of the image, the layer in the image. So the layer has in it pixel bounds. Yeah, we don't know, you see. We don't know how much to advance. Because we're about to just get all that information now. Are we? Oh, I've already got it all. do have a channel count. Four. And bit depth, so we can work it out. So it's layer, pixel bounds, area times layer dot channel count times BM bits 2 bytes bit depth, and that is size. Try that. That's the layer size in bytes. 0. So we can actually say if size is equal to 0, continue. I believe we can do that. So the size now is 4,200. So we'll put all them jobs on. Ooh, now we have a problem with the heap. Consumed more. So the PSD layer reader, what does it actually consume? It consumes more than the... It's not the size of the image. Yeah, because it's all compressed and stuff. So that's no good either. Yeah, it could get out basically like... We must have, I think we must have how big the layer is. Layer data len. Ah, we do have it. Must be able to work it out. So this comes along and I think so it sets it because of restore point. So it's the layer data, skips the then sets the restore point and skips it to the next layer. So we don't actually have how long the next bit is. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's no good, man. It's no good. So what we need is we need to read out basically how we need to read out how big. So I think it's only whether it's compressed and then bounds.height over 2. Or times 2. And then it calls run length decode on the reader. Yeah, so basically that we can't calculate how big it is until we've decoded it. We have count. So I think what we're going to have to do is this is going to have to go there. And we'll just have to pre-multiply alpha. I think that's really the only thing we can do. We can't get like how big the layer is in the file. I don't think. Without run length decoding the data. Is that really right though? Because this advances the pointer, the reader pointer. Does it? Yeah, the reader, run lengthy code. Does it though? No, it doesn't. It's on the reader. So how do we skip bounds.height over 2? Maybe we can get it. Bound.height times 2. So I think this, let's make this constant, see if it still works. Meaning it doesn't actually affect anything in reader. It gets the length. I know it is getting bunches of stuff out of it. No, it does affect the reader. I'm completely wrong. At least we can pre-multiply alpha there in async. But then we may as well just drop it and pre-multiply alpha async out of the out of this call and keep it all completely thread safe anyway. The other option is to read the entire file multiple times. Can we do that? No, we can't do that either. Okay, what I'm going to do is not do the job queue thing. Get rid of the pre-multiply alpha. And then for auto layers run job layer image pre-multiply alpha like that. And then flush. We can flush jobs later though, we can flush jobs right down here. And then we just have to see wherever we're using this Atlas generator. And pre-multiply alpha there as well, because that's what we were doing inside the generate before. That makes it very difficult to multi-thread load the layers out of a PSD file. Without a doubt. It's only that run length encode thing. Because that advances the data pointer through the file as it's decoding. So if you actually wanted to get where the data pointer ended up, you'd have to decode it anyway. As far as I'm aware, they don't just tell you how long that data block is. We'll double check to make sure they don't tell you how long that data block is. Alright. So we'll go to there. And we'll go to there, and then we'll go to there. So if we save it. So that takes 700 milliseconds, 168, 500 summit. So it's still the slowest. It's 1.3 seconds though. Bjerg, hey. O and N times N algorithm. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hope you're alright, Van Bjerg. So it's a lot, but it was like taking 4.5 seconds before. Taking 1.5, so it is quite a bit faster. Let's just check if there's nowhere else. There's nowhere in the file that actually tells me how big that block of memory is. Just test a new decompiler on all of the scripts. It's 15 times slower than my old implementation. Oh man. 100,000 lines of code. Oh, blooming heck. Massive. Layer info. Li len. Layer count. So that's like all of the length of all of the layers in the file, it must be. The layer count. $73. Channel count. We've got this length here. I wonder if that's the size of the channel compressed. But there's algorithms for dominator trees, dominator frontiers, phi nodes, SSA. That's the matter. So don't know what, but I don't know what alpha that is. All naive solutions. Okay, so maybe we do have it. This is the uncompressed channel size. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. So that would make it 8 bytes. It's 8 bytes apparently. $556, $454, $546, $544. It might be. So that's 35 pixels. I need to find the documentation for this. Do I have actually got a... specification. Here it is. Find out where we are in this file. So we've got a rectangle containing the coordinate. And we've got 2, which is the channel count. And then we've got the ID, number of channels in the layer, and then the next 2 bytes for channel ID. Four bytes for the length of the corresponding channel data. Component is not, it's just the area of the image. Component is a 1. The image starts the byte, 2 byte value. So I think this is it. So this is the length. So we need to basically store the compressed length. we'll do array be 32 compressed length, compressed size. And then it's just layer count, one for each layer. And this is compressed size L plus equals length, like that. And we just do compress size dot fill here, layer count. And now we have our compressed sizes for each layer. So we can do for L layers. So let's just run compress size L for now. Let's see if that actually runs without crashing. Dominator tree is a tree over which the basic blocks dominate each other. Okay. No, and if all paths from root to end has to go through D. Okay. Ah. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I've not really done much compiler stuff, to be fair, so I don't really know that space very well. Okay. Does that work? So that didn't crash. That seemed to have worked. Which means maybe we can do the job queue stuff now, because we do have the compressed sizes. So let's go back to job queue. Oh, just op ref job queue. So I'm going to say if job queue compile at the stage, becoming maybe. Okay. Compiled output was worse. Ah, right, yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh man. Sounds fun though. So what we need is we want pointer is get pointer size equals compressed size L. What we called it. Maybe we want to call it compressed sizes. And then r.skip size. And then we want to pass pointer size. So we want to do binary reader end in this big layer reader pointer size like that. Just a layer reader and then pointer size. I'm unsure if I want to accept my algorithms will be slow. Give up the extra readability. Spend time learning this. Yeah. Depends how far you want to take it, doesn't it? So now this is going to load each layer from memory. And we've deleted something there. What did we delete from there? Basically just this. How do I get pointer? Compress size is L. Having necessary copies is less significant than go-tos. Yeah. Do variable one-to-one, control flow route. Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you've got something to move on to. Sure. Okay. So now this can just be job queue. And then I am going to actually pre-multiply alpha. Back in here now. $14 go-tos and 100,000 line, not bad. Oh, that's not bad. So is the go-tos in your code? Or the decompile code? The decompile code, yeah. That's alright then. I am a fan of go-tos. Sometimes. Okay. Get to here really. So does it crash? That's just the question. Yes. Okay. So we were just successfully working it. With these sizes. So let's do I can go to in the decompile to output ifs if possible. Alright, okay. Yeah, cool. Cyclic and acyclic regions. Yeah, cool. Good plan. Okay. We can't skip. We have to skip if layer dot pixel bounds dot area. So it says it's coming out as 8 actually. What I need to do is here. Do we have the pixel bounds? Yeah. Layer.pixel bounds.area. To do that there. Because obviously the compressed size is actually 0 for an area of 0. But the file could probably spit out anything it wants. Parameter detection. So you're serious about the n times n? Yeah. Okay, so the compress sizes, we do have the correct 0 in there if we need to. So let's run this. No job queue at the moment. Mine's a ton of extra steps. Okay. Yeah, okay. Really clever little optimizations. It's the second one it doesn't like. Oh, we're not skipping. We're not skipping. Like that. Yeah, I'm just going through trying to multi-thread this image loader. Not quite there yet though. It seems to want to get there. Go through each variable and look at the block basics to define the variable and go through their usages and check if the variable is defined in all paths. To be parameter. Ah, right, okay. Clever. Hmm. This seems to work. Check if that actually works. Pretty sure it works. No, it doesn't work. I did just have it working though. Did we not? Go back. That's what we just had working. Right, I'm just going to copy this, put it somewhere else, and we'll just go back to where it was. Ooh. It's because it's 8. The first one is 8 and it needs to be 8. Okay. I think. Maybe. Yeah, I think it actually has to be 8. I think that's probably what it is. Yeah, that's working. Not crashing anyway. Okay, so can I do this? Right through here. We'll have it. Okay, so now let's put the job queue on. It doesn't work. That job queue. some reason. Something's dropping out of scope. The layer is dropping out of scope. Oh, I wonder if it's, yeah. I wonder if it's this reader. It's the buffer itself. That'll stop anything dropping out of scope. Yeah, the reader just becomes invalid. So the buffer drops out of scope. There we go. Now it takes 245 milliseconds. 245 milliseconds without the job queue. $1,084, so it's 4 times faster with the job queue. Great. So how long does this thing take all together now? One second. 1.1 seconds. And how long does it take without any async? If I do underscore run job, it turns the async off. And this one. This is no async. It took 1.1 seconds before. With all the async stuff on. .65 seconds. So it's like gone from 3.5 seconds to a second. It's great. Like the last thing to speed up would be for this thing. The problem with doing that is it would require a lot more memory, because we're just reusing this image at the moment. It would require one image for every layer. I think we'll just stick with that. I'm happy with a second. From 3.5 seconds to 1 second, that's okay. And it is a debug build. You save it now. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. And we have our little framed animation thumbnail there. So the next thing to work on would be to put this thumbnail into the level. So you click it. And then we would want it to display. Oh, hang on a second. We would want it to display in the top corner of the editor as a thumbnail. It does. It's faster. Ah, so yeah. That's why it's skipping faster when it's selected, because it's rendering it twice. So it's doing it 2 times. So we'll fix that. And then we'll place it in the level. Yeah, I'm going to go make another cup of coffee and then we'll do that. Back in 2 minutes. Okay, so to stop this ticking twice as fast, when we set it to be framed animation, it has a tick guard in it, which has last frame. So it's here, isn't it? So I'm assuming that this has the last frame it was ticked inside the animation. So the animation, last frame 0, last frame 1. So what we need to do then is we need to only tick it should already be doing that. So it's coming in from the content browser and it's coming in from the board editor. So on frame 18, last frame 1123, 1124, 1125. Same animation, right? The pointer is C0. Pointer is C0, yeah, so why isn't that working then? Oh, it's not, yeah, okay. It's not the actual frame. As in the, it's the animation frame, not the last ticked frame, I think. That's like if you tick it and end it up on the same frame. Yeah. It's a different thing I want. I only want to actually tick it once per frame. So this last frame is the last animation frame. Really? And then we want usage for last ticked frame. And we're going to say if last ticked frame equals frame count, return true. Else last ticked frame is equal to the frame count. And we do the tick. Okay. I should stop it ticking faster if it's drawn multiple times. And then we need to think about how we're going to render it on the game board. How are we even going to place it as a preview tile? I don't think we want the animation playing on the preview tile. What we might do. An explosion's a bad example because you probably don't want the explosion to be playing. But if it was like, I don't know, some gentler animation, you might want to be able to see it as the preview tile. You probably do want to see it as the preview tile, yeah. You know exactly where to place the thing. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, we've changed the actual data layout of framed animation now. Well, let's just rebuild it. We've changed this binary serializable thing. She's going to actually serialize in the tick guard. Might need to rebuild the levels. Test. A little notification there saying that the microphone wasn't working. I think it is. Okay, I have a problem. Game pack. I need to rebuild the game packs. Engine config. Game pack version. Let's change the version. It should rebuild them. Okay. So if we now load the preview brush, oh, it's still going faster. Oh, the ticker moves it to the next frame. So this actually has to return false. Yeah, it's when to tick it. That's what the tick guard does. Okay, still running at the normal speed. Okay, so when I press tab, I want to see this brush. I can see the first frame of it. Let's just actually change the origin as well to right in the middle. When I press tab, I can only see that little white dot is the first frame. What I want to do is see all of the frames. So that is in the game board editor. Content preview. Sprite sheet normal. I think it's sprite sheet normal. So that's for brush. We want it for stamp. So it's here basically. Brush, get data path. So this is the thing that actually needs to get animated as well. So I'll just copy it for now. It's looking a bit weird. A lot of ifs inside each other. Yeah, sometimes. Don't take this as final code though. I'm just trying to get something to work. But yeah. What I would love is a semicolon, another boolean. But unfortunately, if I do that, this doesn't get evaluated as a boolean, this first one. So I'd have to basically put this on the outside scope like that and just say, if not content, return. Which may end up how it happens. Not sure yet though. Like, if you'll notice that this and this is a pretty much identical code as well, so that probably will get changed eventually. Data path type. Switch here. Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to. There's only 2 tests though, so you know. It would still require a scope, even if I did a switch. I'll still have to go like case like this, and then do a scope there. So maybe. Do you have pattern matching in C++? Depends what you mean by pattern matching. If you have an example, I'll let you know. There's all sorts of different types of pattern matching, but if you mean like a specific kind of, you know, if you mean a specific programming design pattern or whatever, you have to let us know. Let's have a look. Ooh. So what language is this? C#. I would say there's nothing really like this. Quite like C#. It's a good, done quite a bit in C# before as well. Yeah, you would more do it like that type of thing. There'd be no arrow there. It'd be more like that. You have to switch on command as well. In C++. Yeah, there's all sorts of nifty little tricks in C# that I quite like. Okay, so that just looks like it's not playing it in the right order. I think they are all in the right place. Hey, you alright? Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, if you've got any questions, Branko, let us know. What's the idea behind custom game engine? So you, rather than build the game, you build the technology for the game. So it's though, rather than making a picture with Photoshop, you build Photoshop, or rather than make something with Unity, you build Unity, or something like that. So it's for, you know, it's if you like game technology, which is more my thing, I suppose. Yeah. And then, you know, like slowly build a game with it as well in parallel. Check all the systems work and to stress test the engine and stuff like that. So there is a game as well that uses the engine, and that's kind of like at the end of pre-production, I'd say. So all the gameplay's built out pretty much, and then it's just about to get into proper production. So I'm just kind of like, the engine's nearly there, just kind of doing a couple of months on the engine to make sure that I don't want to get like a year into developing a game and realise that the engine needs changing somehow, which will break the game. I'm experienced in C. How much experience do you have in C++? Been started in the late 90s, I'd say, when I was like a mid-teenager. It's quite a long time now, yeah. And then with game engines and stuff, early 2000s probably. 2000, 2004. When I started getting into like DirectX and stuff. A long time, yeah. I've like done other things as well. But game engines, like the thing about a game engine is that it's this endless pit of things you can implement, which I quite like. It like never ends. Which I suppose some people wouldn't like, but I kind of like it. Got me into this space. Just wanted to know how games were made, like video games were made. So this is like PS2, is it? PS1, original Xbox, or maybe 360 as well. I want to know how they were made. And I'd programmed before, so I knew it was programming. But then there's like, oh, this magical DirectX thing, or OpenGL. It was DirectX then, really, that I knew about because of the Xbox. So I just went into all that world of just graphics programming. And slowly over the years, learned more and more about each engine system. Doing anything else with engines and games? Yes, I've written a lot of things. I've written till systems, online shops, booking systems, the stock system, a lot of business stuff. Not for a hobby, that though. That's like more for my own business. And then, but I always kept to the engine stuff. The engine's most interesting to me. The engine stuff. I actually quite like the low-level system stuff as well. Like, engines are really good for that. Like, if you want to learn proper memory management, engines are a really good use case, because that's what pretty much like all engines will have their own memory management. And if you like low-level memory, working directly with memory and stuff, it's nice. It's nice kind of, you know, you could pick game engines, or you could kind of pick operating systems, or 3D modeling tools. You could try and make something like that. They all require the same kind of techniques. All right. So it's using this. What I want to know is, oops. See, they look like they're in the right place, just being drawn in the wrong order. And there's that little white flash, which is like some kind of blank frame or something. So let's just draw like frame number 17 or something. Days of serious programming are just starting. Yeah. Yeah, we're all on the all on a different path, I suppose. It's really good. I mean, if you can stick at it, it's like, I think, a perfect creative endeavour that anyone could undertake, really. It's like really chilled. I mean, the beginning's not so chilled because you bang your head against a brick wall a lot. But I find it really relaxing. So is that really frame 17? Maybe we're actually returning this quite a bit. Guess it is. How many paths have we got? 71. Let's just do like 65. Yeah. What are you wanting to do, Branko? In your programming journeys? Okay, well that's frame number 17, or 65, or whatever it was. Weird, man. Why that isn't working. Let's just check what the indices are, what indexes. Programming, about 3 or 4 years. Roblox Studio. Cool, yeah. C# or Rust. Never tried Rust. Like I say, I've done a lot of C#, so a lot of like the till systems. Till system was in C#. I've done a lot of XNA stuff back when it was deployable on the 360. That was good fun. So is it games you want to do? Or just programming in general? Alright, let's have a look and see what some of these frames look like. So they are coming in order. We must have just rendered them out to disk in the wrong order. Weirdly. Did want to make games, but now I kind of lost the spark. Yeah. Games technology is fun. Try and write. I don't know, it depends on how much experience you've got, really. Try and write some kind of asset manager or something. It's quite a nice, easy start to it. Something that'll load textures and sounds and stuff. Business app for father's company, and I'm making some app for my friend's company. Oh yeah, cool. Cool, yeah. Alright, so it must be actually rendering out these data paths, wherever they are. The files must be in the incorrect order or something. We could just draw them all out, couldn't we? Let's see. Kind of getting towards the end of my stream now, so I don't really want to try anything too crazy. Something that's going to take too long. So unfortunately, we don't really store them easily accessible. We could just copy them to another folder. We have file copy. Source dest. So let's just do directory ensure exists, and then we just want to call it something like framed test, and then we want to go. This is all temporary. We want to go file copy. The source is data paths index, and the dest is helpers format TW string, and then we want framed test path, get file name. Well, I will say DDS like that. We'll just say it's the index. Fail if exists. True. To be fair, I could just go like that. You know a guy called Chernow? Yeah, I do, yeah. Yeah, he's a good coder. He's a big YouTuber, isn't he? Yeah. The guy who's really good and public about game engine development is Casey Muratori, who does Handmade Hero. So that's on YouTube as well, Handmade Hero. It's quite old, the series now. But he writes a game engine. It's like a game engine and a game in the same thing. And that's really good for a lot of low level programming skills, you know, to watch that. Okay, so let's just let all these right out. Framed test. There we go. So interestingly, we're not actually doing all the frames. We're getting to 12 and then skipping. Maybe it's because we haven't had time to... Does this only work when my thing's over there? So there's a bunch of ones that didn't get written. I need to put this over here so I can watch them get written. This is definitely broken because it should all get written within like a second. I like to watch his videos, yeah. The Cherno, yeah. Try Handmade Hero as well, he's good. It's a bit more low level than the Cherno, I suppose. But he's a really good coder. Unfortunately, we cannot preview these DDS files. I used to be able to, I'm sure I did. But they all kind of wrote out incorrectly anyway. Them. It's like way too slow. It's hard to debug because I need to have my mouse over the canvas. Yeah, check him out, he's good. He's very influential on game programming, game engine programming. Have you heard of I Am GUI? If you have, he's He's not the person who wrote IMGUI, but I think he's credited with the immediate mode rendering a GUI. He's the first person to kind of do that. Yeah. Yeah, you see a lot. If you look at some of the C and C++ programmers around Twitch, you can see his influence everywhere in the way that they program. It's really interesting. Which is good, because he's a good programmer. I guess it's just this copy is not really working. So I'm wondering, I think this is all using the same framed animation class. So can we just get frame? Rather than tick right, we're just gonna go animation get frame. Won't work because it might work in this case, but it won't work in the general case because this is relying on something else ticking it. You know about the drama about pirate software? A little bit, yeah. Some people have been talking about it on stream here. Yeah, I've not actually seen. I tried to watch pirate software stuff, but he doesn't really do the things that I enjoy to watch, really. The programming style I enjoy to watch. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too kind of, stream's nearly over and I don't want to go too far into investigating this. So it would maybe be nice to actually load this frame and write it as a PNG. Maybe we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll go PNG. And then we'll go image equals cc get image this, and we'll just do image write to file PNG image writer list. What's my streaming schedule? So usually Monday to Friday from about 9:30 till 3, something like that. GMT, so UK time. Okay. So this should spit out a bunch of PNGs. What I might actually do is I won't try and write it if the file doesn't exist. file already exists, even. If not, file exists test. Right. So we're just loading this DDS file and then converting it to PNG. Oh, thanks for the follow. I'll hit my follow target as well. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, so that's not even writing anything. Oh. Thing here, look. Go on that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to head off in 5 minutes, I think. I'll be back tomorrow. Yay. Be awesome. I've just resumed my normal streaming schedule because I was off for the summer holidays with my kid. But now she's back at school. Right. So we're still not writing them. What's going on here then? Couldn't actually load it. Oh, because it's a texture. Yeah. So we've got this thing called asset type. So images cannot load DDS files, but they might be able to. Let's have a look. Is DDS. So let's just do DDS. So these are like, this is the asset and these are the file extensions that I can load, basically. These are all the assets in the actual editor. So if I do that, it will allow me to actually load an image as a DDS file. Because these are DDS files, these data paths. CPP version am I using? C++ 20, just the latest. I just use the latest, so I think it's 20 or 23. Probably 23. I just use the latest, and hopefully some 26 soon when it starts coming in. There we go. So we have it. So if I do this, it's going to like stall a lot because it's doing a lot of writing. So interesting, this is going all weird as well. That's definitely not right, is it? I'll have to debug that. I'm gonna have to head off. Because I need to finish slightly early today. Usually I finish at about 3, but I've got to go and pick my car up. So I will be back tomorrow at 9:30ish, between 9:30, 9:45. So yeah, see you then. Nice talking.